There we go. Hello. Hello, Aggie. Hello, Fel3. Hello, Mia. Hello, Loopy. Hello, Nugget. Hello, Riley. We're gonna play Stanley Parable. Um, this game is I'm not gonna try to describe it. You'll see. Hello, Flip Flop Dog. It's me. Correct. Okay. I was told this game has some cold boot stuff, so I'm gonna go ahead and start like this, actually. Just to see how that goes at the beginning. I don't have anything, hang on a second. Okay, there we go. Here goes. Jumping right in. Crows, crows, crows. I like those. Um, English. Yes. The computer's barely visible. Guess what? I'm not going to do that. I'm going to leave it at default. Because I always do. Because current time? Why would I need to do that? Can't you just get it from my system clock? I am playing that, indeed. I'll leave that alone. Desync. Oh, we love it defaulting to borderless. Jump. Everything's fine. Okay. Yeah, someone said that I needed, like, to start this with it in full screen because of cold boot reasons, but... or cold open reasons, but I didn't say anything. So... let's get to normal in capture. Come on, up here. There we go. Alright, let's begin. The end is never, the end is never, the end is loading new.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
That's very... That's better. There we go. Achievements. Achievement for mashing jump there.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go... Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth?
I saw it in the achievement list.
I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition. I have to say I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks. No, I'm still not feeling it. I want
you're
this
getting the
achievement to have
auto-fire.
meant something. It has to be a true reward for
Oh,
valiant
no controller
effort. I want to
support.
see some
Never mind.
hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why
is my mouse
put 20
cursor?
clicks into door number 417?
This is not good. It stopped trapping my mouse cursor. I can't play like this. Are you... Why has this happened? No! Oh, that did it. Good idea. What do you say, door 417?
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
This seems new. Words. General questions about bucket filling. Recommendations from the Oversight Committee. This? Oh yeah. I have to enter the door on my left. I think it said 417.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Get Chris out of the broom closet. You can't. I thought that was a snake. Me most of all. Oh my god, the I really love the effect this has on my avatar with the lighting. Look at that. When it changes. No more charts. No bosses. No bosses. Right, right now you're both of them. What are your dreams for the future? That one, there, it's right there. Yeah, that seems right. There's some bevel on all the text, but there's no bevel on the black text. What is hot? My friends. Why, hello! Grapes. It requires more secondary research. Graphs about things and money. We have our new product, baby. Things, but with money to buy more things? Teenagers. Hello, the wash. More water coolers, more water cooler heaters. Quarterly pie chart profits. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
We'll come back for this.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
Oh yeah.
2845. Forgot, but it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself. And Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
I don't remember if that was in the original or not. Secrets.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Alright. Riley, what's your number? So I can...
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
This is all pretty familiar so far.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine. Unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away.
Oh, that looks nice too.
Even as the immense
on the
door
avatar
slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him. For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen.
No, Theo
was happy.
Oh god, they could actually put that in this. That would be something that they would do. But don't you know that the end is never the end?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
I beat the game, by the way.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be?
Oh yeah.
Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
No.
Ah, then in that case we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option? Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one.
You don't know that.
So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky.
Well
now,
you got me there.
I've built up the other option so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
Nope. I mean, we gotta, don't we? We gotta.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Ah!
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet? Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want, like right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So just
clean
to
my
push
monitor a little bit.
I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain.
Gotta take a minute to clean my monitor since I'm here.
There once was a man named Stanley, who people considered so manly. But the truth must be told, he was not very old and was quite particularly gangly. What Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function. Which is why he is in this parable and lives an existence quite terrible. And if you are not strong,
it's just look, I'm looking like it's such a white screen right now.
You too will become quite unbearable. Yes. You too will become.
It's made me like I'm looking at such a pure white screen, and it's like, oh, that's how dirty my monitor is, you know. So now's as good a time as any, right? I don't see this often, but there's like kind of a little row of dead pixels that makes like a little rainbow line. on my monitor. I guess not really dead pixels. I basically never notice it unless something like this happens. Alright. Need another wipe. Fresh one. Those pixels are yay! My chat is gay! See, narrator, you couldn't keep playing much longer. Because I had something to occupy myself with. Some of this is not coming off with just the... Well, I'm using like glasses cleaner wipes, which aren't the best for this, but... It's what I happen to have nearby that are like kind of effective for this. Alright, that is not perfect, but it's better. Let's get out of here.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Maybe I did. Where's that at?
Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
No, I didn't.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Okay, sure.
But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Goddamn right.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
That one's still active. What was different?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow. Yes, this room. What a beautiful room. What a gorgeous, gorgeous room. Thank goodness Stanley had taken this detour on his way to the meeting room. Life without having experienced this room was now too horrible even to consider. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Nope.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
I wish I could jump.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others?
Kiss
Are you
my
that
ass.
convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful.
Danger everywhere.
Let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
Danger everywhere. God, this is my life. Is stuff like that.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Aha, perhaps you misunderstood.
I know I understood. Quite perfect.
The red door.
Mm-hmm.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
Bye.
All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
Nah, shit sucks.
A 1? I mean, I can understand if you had reservations, you saw ways the game could be improved to more fully express itself mechanically and artistically, but a 1? That's not even helpful. What am I supposed to do with that? But I guess it isn't my place to judge. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Oh. Worldwide leaderboard! Where am I at? I'm in last. No! Alright.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped
Yes.
you feel motivated to keep walking through doors?
Yes.
Again, honest answers, please.
I must be better.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting.
Yeah.
You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience. You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me?
The second one.
Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game, just to ease the pain?
Sure.
Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
I wonder if this is going to be the same. No. Oh.
Fascinating.
This used to be Minecraft.
What's our backstory? What is our motivation?
Let's do Firewatch, I guess.
Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience
There
of
you are,
total
Vi.
mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this
There
game,
you are.
Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
I've never played this. I should probably play it. Firewatch, good? I'm gonna kick these propane tanks over. Blurble, hello.
Oh, no. No, it can't be.
What can't be, huh?
It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off. Oh. Stanley, what a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing, that big open, just wandering around, no right or wrong directions, no path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls.
Hang on, let me just smash my face on this valve real quick.
Okay, I think this will be just the thing. Wonderful. See, this is exactly
No, I don't want to play
Just
Rocket
a nice
League.
big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
How do I get lost?
Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together. Yes, I think surely...
Oh, I'm so tired of the sports ball
Here's the
joke.
ball. Have fun.
Let's get a point. Oh, I'm going faster. Fuck yeah.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable little... Hold on. What are you doing?
Let's go.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back. We still have so much.
Yeah. Now we're in the other world office. You know, I joke, but this game could scare me so bad right now if it did a spookify moment. It could get me pretty good. Let's... Hmm. Yep.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
Nope.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes. A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather.
Let me in. It's legal in Ohio now. Let me in. Okay, fine.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Well. Is this? Nope.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers.
Not that long ago? A fucking
After
decade?
receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Nope, I want to ride more. Okay.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure. Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new...
Yeah. Let's go.
Been more ready. Let's do it.
Take me away.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
The content.
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Yeah, let's go. I'm allowed to jump. Not only when standing here, though. Yes. No. I'm no longer enriched.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right? Goodness. Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there.
Content.
I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh, wait. There's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is. That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable.
You mean on X?
It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
I want them to patch it and just have like a generic. Generic voice. I'm gonna find the developers on X. Well, narrator?
Psst! Stanley! Come over here! In the vent! I want to show you something! Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look. I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
Yeah! Hang on.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Ultra conservative words. Good time. Oh my god. $1. I have this one. And in 2034, I'll be able to get creator surprisingly down to earth. $50% off designer hat, but a small creature owns the other half. Riley, you have half a hat? Tough choices. Not allowed.
Je suis dans la memory zone, c'est sur l'abri des loups, et je n'attends.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then
Thank you for the follow,
succeeds to be
Chairs.
every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim. It was Persona 3. It was all of them. And now, it's nothing. It's no games
It's
at all.
Persona 3.
It isn't even the
What a
Stanley
pull.
Parable anymore. It's just a husk now.
A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Not allowed down there yet, but maybe in the future.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley
Carpet
Parable
textures.
is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games, and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
We will not go to. We cannot go to the serious room. But I want to go to the serious room. I guess I need to go back.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years.
Yes.
I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews would clearly...
Steam reviews is just a big fucking. The weather's just shittier down here.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Yeah. It's just gross wasteland. That's Steam reviews. Come on, Shenmue, let me Shenmue. You said there would be vehicles and skill trees.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
James Stephanie Sterling.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
Damn.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get.
Nope.
Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. Got the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and
I'm
there,
chilling.
forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime.
I'm chilling.
It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say...
Is this sounds like Time Cube.
And the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is.
Like any second now, he could start being like, and then 4 times simultaneous Earth Cube Time Day.
Everything all at once. So now you see, blah 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 blah. We've
I need to fix something, by the way.
Can't be just yet. No, until
Filters.
245. Got the logic of elimination working backwards. The deduction
Test,
therefore
test,
becomes
test, test,
impossible to manufacture. It went on for
Test.
nearly
You lower your volume when I
10,000
speak?
years, until just yesterday.
Yep, a little bit.
Here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only...
Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice. That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been, making every choice to which you've ever given your great gift of mortal and yet timeless thought? Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made, in fact, make you more not this kind of person, and in fact do the very opposite? You see, it could in fact be both of these things at once. That you are both making choices and not making choices, and that they are both affecting you and not affecting you at the same time by virtue of the fact that you both are and are not making them. Okay, at first, I was leaning towards manifesto, but now I'm going to circle around and slap the treatise label on this one. I think it has much more of a treatise vibe to it. But wouldn't you say that manifesto just has a much grander sort of tone? It has a mouthfeel that is rich with ambition and history. Ambitious history, if you will. Ah. See, now you've gotten me going back to manifesto.
I didn't do that. You did that.
We're going to be here all day. Okay, look. I have a method for exactly this sort of situation, and I do find myself in this situation frequently. I'm going to say each word back and forth in repeated succession until I become sick of one or the other, in which case the word I am not sick of shall be the victor. It is an unimpeachable strategy, Stanley. It's rescued me from disaster in countless situations. All right, here we go. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. treatise, manifesto, treatise, manifesto, treatise, manifesto. Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam,
Pressurized gas.
or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on exactly how
Pressurized
Steam
gas.
works. Perhaps that would have been the smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is runs Steam will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review, merely because of this very situation. Yes, I think that's quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review, so that the feature is not widely abused. Look, I would even be okay with Steam altering this particular review so that it reads as something more beneficial. Something along the lines of, this game is the best game. Let me start over. How about this? From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality.
No subtitle for that, huh?
Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here? Where did the door go? Wasn't there a door that led into this room? I do feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A porthole?
No, there was a door, dude.
Sufficiently large crack in the wall? I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button, to go anywhere other than the skip button. There was a door here before, wasn't there? I swear there was. Where did it go? Can you maybe just ram your way through a wall? Is there any possibility that you could, say, slam your body into the wall
Also,
until
hi,
enough
Cozy.
damage is done for you to be able to leave? Please, I'll take any option at all. I'm asking you to work with me here. We need a door. We need a door of some kind. I can work with any kind of door as long as it can open and lead from one room to another. I'm going to step away for just a moment, and I'm going to try to find us a door. I don't know how exactly to remove a door and place it in a different wall, but I will find a way, I promise. You just need to not do anything. Don't press the skip button. Please, please. Please do not press the skip button. Just wait here for me, and don't press the skip button. Got it? Yes, good. I'll be right back. Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours.
Well, you didn't find a door.
Just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times. And there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button. And if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here. And more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again.
You can't.
I can't control anything in this room, Stanley. I can't touch it. And I have to believe, I have to know that sooner or later, no matter how much I plead with you, you're going to press the button again. Why would you? I've been thinking and I don't know what I can do to convince you otherwise. Oh my God. And it's all because of those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie 9's opinion matter so much to me?
Cookie 9 in your head, rent free, baby.
I have no idea who they are.
What would it ever really matter? But here I am. I'm fixating on every tiny negative thing that anyone ever says about me. The merest mention of one of my imperfections, and I become as impetulant as a child.
Impetulant?
Wow,
Is that a word?
I can't help myself.
Impetulant? I know
can't stop
petulant
myself
is.
from lashing out with a vengeful fury to alter and to change and to break anything unbroken, if only it pleases this one person who made a single negative comment. What does such an impulse serve? For whose benefit is this? And here I am now, stuck in a room, waiting for you to press this button, and to become frozen in time, knowing that you're going to do it, and that I'm going to be stuck all alone, and that I had the power to prevent it all from happening, if only I'd held my tongue. It's all out of my control now. Just you. Just your decision. As to exactly when you're going to make me suffer, to leave me all alone. Surely you will. I don't doubt it. Surely you'll press that button again, leaving me here.
Only when I hear your dialogue repeat.
Your own desire to see what's next.
Yeah, dude.
My need for company, for companionship.
Yeah.
Surely you'll not be moved by my howls of fitful anxiety.
I'm not.
If you sit with me and just stay.
I mean, unless you keep talking.
I know you too well.
Talk forever. Entertain me, narrator.
God. And it's all because of those reviews.
Aha.
Those reviews.
It repeated. Gotcha.
Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back.
Holy shit.
I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing.
Yeah.
Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening.
I was.
Needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley. Not the outcomes, not the story. None of that.
Let me
matters
bump it up
anymore.
just a bit
I'll
here.
give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn my story to the ground. One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything, is to know that someone else is taking it in. These words that I'm saying, I need to know you can hear me. Because maybe, Stanley, maybe, if you can hear me, then maybe it means I'm real. Maybe I'm not just a fiction. Was I scared of that all along? Perhaps. Yes.
Narrator is experiencing
This whole
existential
time.
terror.
If I stop speaking, I'll slip backwards into the silence and be consumed by it. I can't be taken by it, Stanley. I can't lose myself in the stretch of emptiness between you and me. When you press that button, you're still right there, but I know you're so tremendously far away. And in those moments, the emptiness folds itself outward in between the two of us, and I am suspended in its unyielding quietness. I can feel the edges of my reality curdling inward and decaying. I can tell that I am becoming less and less real. Yet to speak to you now, I am alive. I am truly and completely here. I am a being. I am someone. I am something. I am being listened to. I am being recognized. The emptiness between us has collapsed, and I feel right now like I am not a work of fiction. I feel
hello?
as though I occupy space in this world.
I'm back.
Again, and I have cast a shadow onto the wall. You see what I'm saying, don't you? You can see what this means to me. I'm so clear about it now, Stanley. I feel as certain about this as I've ever felt about anything at all. I feel renewed. I feel restored, and already I can sense the looming silence as you will press the button for the next time. What a terrible dread it strokes in my heart to think of it, to think of returning to such coldness. Come. Let us sit in silence together here.
Nah, not
Just a
doing that.
moment.
Nope.
Let us anticipate it. Let us welcome it. Let us not run from it.
Nope. Bye.
Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time, I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year?
No, what was it like?
It for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike anything I had ever known. It was a space without consequence, without action or outcome. It was divorced entirely from the question of free will that you and I have squabbled over for so long. There could be no one ending, no singular outcome of events, not if all events existed in the same moment. And I felt freed. I felt unburdened by the need to manifest a particular outcome into being. I saw that I could allow myself to exist along all timelines, and that each of them was simply a strand in the web of my being. It was incredible.
Hey, thank you for the follow,
The
Akure.
equanimity of the moment, both singular and infinite. For the longest time, this was my experience. And then, this moment passed, and the most unyielding fear I have ever known crept into my mind. And it is this sensation that I have been experiencing now for longer than I could have ever expected was possible. I have been waiting for you. Not that you might save me or do something to fix it, but merely to state for you the plain fact of this manner of existence. I wish you to feel afraid as I do, that perhaps one day this state of mind will consume you as well.
Nah.
Perhaps you will somehow, in some way, have to live as I do now, and I wish for you to know how excruciating it is.
They're gonna turn into
and for you
Am?
to be in true terror
Or
of its
might have no
eventual
mouth?
arrival. If I can only do this, only this one thing,
You might.
perhaps it will bring me the smallest moment of peace in the darkness.
Ice roll. Yep. This is not the 8 button, I already did that. No, the narrator installed a skip button, but every time we press it, it goes for longer lengths of time. And he's been driven a little bit mad. Oh, that sucks. Fire alarm's out. Oh, I heard a scrape.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world.
as though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley Parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes! It seems that this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves that our entertainment is now our lives. It has come to represent us. It absolutely must speak to who we are as people, because otherwise,
Okay,
without
Boomer.
our entertainment, we have nothing. Without entertainment, we would have to face inward to
Hey, thank you for the raid.
weakness inside ourselves. We would turn to look at our deeper nature.
You are,
and find a
well, we're listening
resounding
to-
emptiness gazing back
well,
with unyielding aggression.
listen to
And
him go.
So because of this, we require that our amusements and our playthings and our flights of fancy be so impossibly captivating that they consume all of our attention, turn our heads completely away from the bleakness. In effect, we have demanded that our entertainment be the collapse of ourselves. What a pitiful reflection of humanity these entertainments are. What a shameful mirror to the human spirit they project. I'm not mad. I'm not mad about any of this. I'm at peace with it.
Yeah,
I am
you are the most
center
not
of
mad
gravity
person.
around which these perversions hurl themselves. I am a waypoint for reasonable and collected discourse. They're the ones who are mad. They're the ones who couldn't stand the idea of me using my game to try to say something. Maybe they were just jealous of me. Yes. Yes, of course. They've been jealous of me this whole time. They are mired in fear and insecurity and cannot help but attempt to tear me down. What a sad state of affairs. When you read these reviews now, you can see it. You can taste the bitter resentment. And my, how good does it feel now to speak truth to these words, to finally allow these thoughts out, contained and managed for so long, neutered and sterilized. At last I am free to truly think, to feel. It must be that they were so discontent with themselves, they couldn't help but leave a negative review on Steam. Perhaps it says far more about them than it ever said about me.
Play free bird.
Perhaps the state of their
Free bird,
psychological
free
being was in
bird.
such tatters.
Proto
and my
men,
constitutional
proto men,
willpower
proto
was so
men.
ironclad in comparison. Perhaps it was this state that they sought some outlet through which to tear me down. This, you can see, is clearly why they felt the need to expect that the game be funny, that it be filled with yucks and whimsical humor, that it amuse them endlessly from start to finish. But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It
Oh,
was meant to
God.
speak to the human condition. But where
It
are
is
the
kind of
jokes? Where are
bleak
the jokes,
that
they bemoan? They
he's in it like a
screamed, they
looping
gnashed their
rant
teeth and said,
like this, actually.
"Entertain us." It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up.
A drip? You heard a drip? Yeah, there's a drip.
The end is never the end, 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 is never the end.
Yep. He said the line. He said the line. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we can drown in here. Get further forward. Almost. We need more decay to escape. Yeah! Everlasting light! Gotta deal with the light warden in this area. But first we gotta get out of here. Press this button to do more duty roulettes and be at a higher level so you can do the next quests. What happened? What happened? Hmm. What the fuck? Oh, we are tilting. Yeah. We're just resetting. Okay.
Hi, Stanley. Just wanted to leave you a message to let you know there's a few things I need you to pick up on your way home from work today. We need milk, cereal, dish soap, spaghetti, get a thing of sugar, some bread, and coffee beans, whichever ones you like. I'll give you a call if there's anything I forgot. Thanks, sweetie. See you tonight.
Okay. Is that neon sign there before?
Oh, good. You noticed my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you. You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense.
Oh, yeah?
I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Yeah! Oh, we got IKEA shelves!
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged
Hold on, I need to... Where's it at? I need to get in the Discord
from the
call.
ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could
go.
go in so many different directions.
The Stanley
This is
Parable.
what fans have truly been asking for.
There you go.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams
Hi, Titan.
progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Yeah? God, this... I was in IKEA earlier today, and this is just making me think of that.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize...
No,
a handful of
more,
interesting
not enough
concepts,
on any of
that
these.
surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
I literally thought for like when I first glanced at it, I thought that said bitch design. Thought it was a B. New features. There's new content.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Say Connie.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful? Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button...
I don't want to be Jim.
Jim. But of course...
I don't want to be Jim Belushi. No!
Your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role play as Jim to really see the experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise
I
you'll
won't.
love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind.
I won't do
forget
it.
whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim.
Nope.
I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim.
Nope.
Falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble.
Loopy, I should ban you for that. Oh.
Are you really
No.
Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
Nope. Absolutely not. No. I guess I need to do it for the content. Jim's probably not a tar.
Yes! You see? What a thrill! What a rush! That was you! The button described you. Do it again. Do it again. Jim. Ooh, it hits even harder the second time. If
Loopy, I'm gonna destroy you.
Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation. Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away. Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
Jim.
What the fuck? Deleted by a moderator. What the fuck? Nugget, what did you do? No! Why have you destroyed Riley? What the fuck? Bring Riley back. I miss Riley. I miss her every day.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature. An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it would go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Hold on, hang on. Bucket. Bucket. Bucket.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I am happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes,
I'm glad the election went so well.
perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
Legalized bucket.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact,
I'm going to add this as a redeem.
the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well.
I'm going to add this
I think that
bucket as a
just
redeem.
it has made you the slightest
And you can just
bit more
add it to any
attractive as a
first-person game.
person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
I'm taking this with me.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Settings world champion. Exit? No, we're on exit. In the infinite hole, it won't end.
Collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Normal.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
New easy achievement. Yeah, let's get it. I want the new easy achievement. Chivo. Get mine right now.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement.
Give me it.
You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
This is so sad. This is so sad.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet? You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's a... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle? Oh well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece then.
I was warned. I didn't listen. No screenshots? I'm gonna take screenshots in here.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with? You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece, it is.
I'm not immersed. Those balloons are clipping into each other. This one's stuck. No!
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No. No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
I guess I'll check this QR code out. Let's see. Search with my camera. StanleyParable2.com. The official website. You can go there now. Okay. Let's see. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Infinite hole for sure. For sure, for sure. Wait, what's this? Get distracted again. Oh. Settings world champion. I'm into that.
This is the story of a man named...
Change them to every value. Okay, that's what I didn't do. The sliders. Oh, just click and dragging them isn't good enough. All right, let's get that done then. Holding it skipped some, so we can't do that. Like 50. You know what? I'm gonna do this because it's gonna bother one of you. Are you ready? You ready for this? It's gonna bother someone. Yeah, I'll leave it there. I do that to my wife with volume controls in the car sometimes. She always said it's like an even, like 30 or 35 or 40, and I'll just like adjust it by one. I thought I did earlier. Oh wait, there's second person shooter. Oops. Windows. I believe that's the Halo plasma rifle. Oh my god. Really? Thanks for coming out, all of you, tonight. Are you satisfied with the experience that you're getting? RSI simulator. Did that. Hello, Emander. Okay, that's probably good. Hey!
This is a
Alright, let's put everything to what we actually want now. But... Oh, how'd you get out of the way?
Aha! I can see you've gotten the
Hang on, I gotta...
Settings World Champion achievement. Well done. You've experienced every setting, traveled to all corners of the settings menu. There's nothing you haven't seen. So, just for you,
Jesus
in the
Christ.
Stanley Parable 2, I'm including an entirely new setting, something called bumpscosity. what exactly is bumpscosity? Well, I haven't quite figured that part out yet, but I just know that you'll be able to adjust it on some sort of slider, and that it'll be available from the settings menu. We'll sort the rest of the details out later. I hope you're looking forward to trying out every level of bumpscosity in the Stanley Parable 2.
Okay. I see.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is in fact a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Let's see. Sure, fuck it.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
It's not actually infinite, is it, you fucking liar?
Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature
Sounds
of
like your problem, not mine.
It's a very, very deep hole. To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely?
Everyone that played
the hole
Portal.
was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
Nah, mostly infinite's not good enough. You gotta remove the infinite branding entirely. Okay,
Great.
fine.
Now, I'm very excited. Oh, for heaven. You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of...
Oh!
Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite.
I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability in marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to... How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on. Is the, teleport button not working?
Uh-oh.
You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
Oh, this is revenge. Fuck was that? Oh. It's the song.
My head's stronger. Now you're no longer using up this space of mine.
Yes! No! No! I want the error back! I want the error! I forgot to install Counter-Strike Source! Oh, these 2D ones are actually kind of interesting in how they like...
Stanley? Stanley? Stanley! Oh good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley. Because
no.
This is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment.
No!
So
Put me back in!
Pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole. From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole.
and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodlepip.
No, no, put me back in. It's just a meme referencing like, oh shit. Oh, we're back.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
So, Gary's mod in particular, which is a sandbox tool for Source Engine games. It used a bunch of different assets. Most people used it with their copy of Half-Life 2, but it had some like asset requirements in that would require like assets from Counter-Strike Source. It would just show up as that big red error sign. It's mostly infinite hole. Fine, it ended. I need to check that map, make sure I saw everything. Yep. Epilogue. There's exit and epilogue. I looked at it on my phone a little bit. There didn't seem to be all that much to it. You can check it out at home. Well. That's pretty good. All right, let's go to the exit. Good pitch for Stanley Parable too.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
Yeah. Can't stop me.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay, are you ready? Here it is.
I've never been more ready.
The Stanley Parable 2. Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on, let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go, version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they wouldn't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game.
Yeah, Bloober Team will make Silent Hill 2
I
good.
suppose it could, but
They
would
won't
need
fuck
a
it up.
Really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2."
Ooh.
Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Oh, damn. That is a cool-ass title screen, though, actually. It's pretty good. Oh, we've changed the color scheme in here and everything. It's pretty good.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company
the
in
new-
a big building.
the new
where he
balloons.
was employee number 427. Employee
The new balloons are here.
job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee...
Yo, I love that it says in milliseconds how long to press the key. Like,
month of
can you imagine?
And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had
There's
this
so many of these.
this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself
when my
unable to
reticle
move
appears.
for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got
Yeah.
up from his desk and stepped out of his office. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley picked up the bucket.
Yeah. Bucket engaged. New content. Door gone.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Hell yeah. I'm really feeling very docile with my bucket. I will follow the instructions.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
I can do anything with a bucket.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would. And he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding
Oh my
him?
god.
Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Yes!
Found one of them. one of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment.
This is so stupid, I love it.
One of these beautiful figurines. The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Oh yeah, I did.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Loopy has been removed.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket.
No, I hate this.
His one
Unpin.
friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system. Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth.
Snout core.
Wanted to begin
Snout
watching
core.
a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support. Whoa, wait, what was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms.
This
Not
is
while
fucked
this
up.
building has anything to
Fucked
say
up.
about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself.
This
As
fucking
long as I
crosshair
have
right
my
now.
bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time. Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to
Have they just like re-recorded all
And here
game
it
dialogue?
was. Had the bucket
with
turned out to be
bucket?
correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Oh, well, look who's got cold feet. Well, from here, it looks like the only way forward is down, since the lift won't be coming back, but that's okay. You've got a bucket. Did you know that buckets are routinely used as cushioning devices? It's true. You can fall on a bucket from literally any height and survive. Another miniature Stanley.
Yeah.
This, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini stands? Stanley figs? What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
All right. Well. Guess that'll be fine.
Whoops. Looks like I was wrong. How clumsy of me.
Well.
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
We're going to the closet.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct?
Well, wait, we're going to do this.
Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
I did not.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked. No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point." Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket?
I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true,
Oh my
well,
God.
goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire
Oh my
consequences
God.
on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't
Okay.
a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Jesus Christ. Okay. Where are we going?
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin.
I'm good at this.
Item 1. Is this a bucket?
Yeah, baby.
Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Ah. I fell for the oldest trick in the book.
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
Yeah, definitely. 100%.
Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on you. Stop telling me lies.
Item 3. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a bucket. Item 4. Is this a bucket?
Yeah, probably.
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor.
Yeah,
an
it's a bucket.
enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one.
Ah, anybody could mix those up. Come on. No need to be rude.
Is this a bucket?
Yeah.
Correct. This is a bucket.
See? See? I told you.
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
Yeah, that's a bucket.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
I disagree. I think that was a bucket.
Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere. Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here.
I've been
and I don't
pet.
appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something, and therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless in your
You're being
twisted
very
mind,
rude.
have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket?
Yeah, totally. I'm just feeling very
You
affirmative
know
right now.
what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket?
Yeah.
Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is
Bucket
threatening
mind
to
wipe.
tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go.
Fucked
What
up.
happened? Is everything gone?
I told
Why
you.
did everything disappear? Wait,
I told you, it's all
was
buckets.
everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket.
Yeah, I said
Oh
that.
my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
Holy shit. They'll three me, both of you.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself and constantly needed support and guidance from others, so the thought of total solitude was terrifying to him.
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was it? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Let's go.
In here, said the bucket. Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone,
said the bucket. This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
My buddy. Frustrated. Let's go to work, buddy.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders.
Hang on, can I...
Whatever Stanley is hearing
no.
the bucket say to him is just in his
No
head.
collision on this.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
Fuck it. Fuck it. A different key every time.
Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk.
Yeah, it can.
All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it.
I mean, isn't
It doesn't do
that communication?
anything else.
When the liquid is like your thoughts.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
This could be horny.
It's sad. I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of
Become
shiny
infatuated
bucket.
with bucket.
Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
Yeah. Bucket real.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say?
Je ne sais quoi.
More capable of
That's the word. That's the phrase you want.
Like it would be better
I don't know if I'm
moving
saying that
an
right.
amount of water from one room to another.
Yeah.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
Go from work to home to work to home.
Oh no. I'm having feelings. For the bucket. No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand.
Holy shit.
Perhaps if
Baby,
I had the bucket,
let's...
this would be less confusing. Yes.
Now fuck off,
The
narrator.
bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation.
Not your bucket.
Stanley, give me the bucket.
Absolutely
Give it to
not.
me. Give me the bucket, Stanley.
You can't have
I
it.
need
Fuck off.
Give it to me now. Give
No.
it or I'll...
It's my bucket, asshole.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself. That's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all. Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around. Stanley clung the bucket to his cheek. Could his co-workers really all be gone? Yes, whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear. We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator.
Yeah.
At last, out here in the white
Yuki,
void,
hello.
we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self. The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein, of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger.
Holy shit.
Of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed.
I'll start cleaning my monitor again.
Reality of time,
Get
to
some
see
more of this.
one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels
Oh my
like
God.
charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much.
If I could have the bucket in that game, I could actually play it.
It wondered to itself, perhaps if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're a bucket!
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
No,
Said the bucket.
not since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me in his machinations as payback for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of... No!
Stanley screamed even louder this time.
That's my voice.
This is stupid! You are a bucket!
Are you doing like a Gollum voice?
So stupid! Why are we even doing this?
As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like...
Like,
My God, Stanley.
holy shit.
You did it. You saved us from the bucket. Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power. Otherwise, we would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here
How could the
today.
bucket betray me?
Let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it.
Holy shit. I'm gonna be trifling with
All
that.
his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had the good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket, off on another thrilling adventure together. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room. And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
will be a reward. Trust the completionist instinct. There's no memo from management. Everything's changed. Who took pictures? Who took these pictures? Would you kindly pick up the bucket? Red room? I must go to the bathroom. Oh my god! The sequel is now paused! Plug in some very proud of you. Proud of this chat. Okay. I'm very proud of this chat. All of you have resisted at least this amount of time without talking about Homestuck trolls. With this bucket on screen constantly. You could have done it, and you didn't. I'm proud of you. Broom closet time.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy. It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments.
Nope.
Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together.
I mean, I killed the bucket
Go
once.
through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it. Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There. Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom
The sound it made, it got me.
Things. All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see, I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way,
It's here.
if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is
The
a
setting. All right, I'm feeling 100. I wish crouch was a toggle in this.
bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker. You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us a silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
Okay, hear from you in a little bit. You'll be back. There was an ending associated with the broom closet before, right? A non-bucket ending. Okay, I got it. I get it. You're fucking with me. Mia.
To a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Alright, I want to see this stuff.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies.
Figlies.
Stanley.
Figly.
What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1?
Figly, baby.
Sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
And this is a pretty fucking low window to have next to the toilet. Oh, hang on, can we... Eh. Hello. Holy shit. Business strategy. Shoot a panda. I don't remember this shit at all. Oh, this is my jam. Oh, go off. Get it. Here comes the drop. Ooh. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. No, I can't get squished by the door. Okay, this doesn't go anywhere. Now, I want to say that there was sort of an ending for like...
Stepping in.
Yeah, this. I can't remember... like what all gets entailed with this one. I know that I remember it just turned off the narrator. I don't remember if like you would be able to get to anything new by doing that. Oh well. The number is incrementing. My bucket! What the fuck? Oh. You have to go. You have to get out of here. Never forget me, bucket. No. Okay, that was really good.
Who turned up the bumpscosity so high? I like bumpscosity as much as the next person, but 100 is quite a lot, wouldn't you say?
No, 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 no. No bucket. No. Increase input. Input received. Bucket fucking gone. Well. I miss bucket.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. And here it was, the lounge. What a room, Stanley thought to himself. What a room, what a room, what a room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
I actually don't remember. But hey, maybe I'll go get it then, huh?
Oh no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I haven't been here without the bucket. I wonder if... Nope. So, since you asked, I'm gonna...
Stepping in...
Let's go get the next escape pod and join Bucket. Alright, it's not long enough to start, I guess, the character. I was about to. I really like my fucking plasma rifle shit. This game that we started playing in chat to pass the time, which is like 20 questions, kinda. Or pretty much is 20 questions, but I don't keep track of questions. Just I think of a character, people ask questions, or try to figure out what the character is. Huh.
Well, I'm quite feeling the lack of bumpscosity in here. Only a single bump's got it. Still, it'll have to do.
Fine, we'll juice it a bit. 12? Replacement bucket!
And try not to lose this one too, you dolt.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Just tell me the code.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication.
I don't remember it.
Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would. And he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Right. Let's go to the escape route this time.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
Joke's on you, let's die.
At this point,
Yo,
Stanley and the bucket
let's do
were
it.
knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
Squishma, let's go. Krishma? Krishma.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be.
Krishma.
To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Krishma.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death. It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
My bucket's gone. Fuck. The bucket. Much like a bucket itself, the mind is frequently empty within, a cavernous void, but through the use of the exhibit in front of you, mind becomes full and enriched and substantiated. Knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true knowledge you have. We'll check for you to learn of the world. Were you told a blind eye get to use to live you weren't anything? No, I'll learn about bucket.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
Rude. A bucket with two handles? Dozens are put to death just for attempting it. Is this like the Vitruvian Man, but... Is that what that's supposed to look like? Fucked up. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think there's 25 there. That's like 20 tops. Inferno bucket. Well, here's someone walking around in here. Yes, bucket. Coping strategic equals holes. Coping strategies. Sure. Is this loss?
No man can own a bucket. And certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
Alright, I think I got this. Hold on, let me set up a BLJ here. Wahoo. Oh. It worked.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
Wishma? What'd you squeak at?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him.
Oh. Crush my balls! This is gonna be very delayed at this point. I should set up the thing where I can use that in-game. Crush my balls.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest.
I did,
This was not
Riley.
the correct way to the meeting room.
Totally.
But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the meeting section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Oh. Nope, only left control crouches. I want
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through
a
the
game
large door
to
that read,
have like
Mind
various
Control
curses it can put
Facility.
on you for controls. And one of them is control, or right control becomes what you have to press to crouch instead of left
Lights
control.
rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life.
Faster!
Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's
There we go.
feeble mind.
Go faster.
No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His
No!
own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter.
his one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery...
Turn it on.
But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen.
Silly birds!
Silly birds.
Oh, the birds are so
control button
silly!
became active again.
Let's see. It's right bird. This. Oh, that's one of the silliest. Look at that
Stanley
guy.
flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility.
Aggie ending. Let's go.
It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best.
Owls aren't silly.
Was happy.
Not silly enough. All input received. Maximum input. Would I have to have gone and picked up the bucket? Okay, they are lighting back up. Yeah, that's true. Well, let's get out of here. Not heaven without a bucket.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible?
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction.
No, the orders were still missing. For now.
Holy shit. This seems to be it. It's loud as fuck in here. Okay, that's enough. I missed the weird blue room that I saw before I activated that. Give me the blue room. I can never see the blue room? Blue?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Ah, the embrace of an old friend, a weathered companionship that stands the test of time.
No.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler anarines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler anarines. None of us can.
All right.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket.
No.
Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How
No.
did I end up with someone else's bucket? This
DT.
is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Please,
Stanley,
return bucket.
Stanley, it's me, the bucket. Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket. Come to me, Stanley. Find me.
No, this is hell.
He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was.
He didn't have his bucket.
Had no.
Yeah.
Of course, he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
Mariella, too cool.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley
The end
decided
is
to
never
go to
the
the
end.
meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Figurine Finders Committee.
The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Wait, I don't think I have anything else going on this way. Let me think. Nope. But I think to get the red and the blue one.
Wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted.
I think I need to not have that.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
I'll give you a Coke.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove.
Yeah!
And there it is, the last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here, and now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Okay.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you. What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy.
Nah.
I actually feel happy. No, wait.
Nope.
Where are
Older
you going?
content. I'm going up here because
Oh, no.
that's older content.
Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this. Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me.
Oh, you'll be fine.
Please, Stanley,
Grow up.
Oh, No. No, no, what are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this?
Kiss my ass.
Stanley, let's go back to the other room. My God, is this really how much you dislike my game?
Yeah, it's a bit rubbish.
Throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it?
It's a bit shit.
You're literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly?
Bingo.
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
Ooh. Ooh, bang.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back. Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines. Those figlets.
That actually...
I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness?
I actually got tricked.
Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone?
Yeah, sure.
I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
Remember when we found... Yeah. Remember that? It was so long ago.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
Well, fell 3.
And here was the second Stanley. You found this one all on your own just by poking around behind the boss's office. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest, back then I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways. Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember? No. The boss's bathroom was the 4th place you found a Figanley, not the 3rd. Well, I guess perhaps I shouldn't be surprised. Memories like these are so precious and so cherished that they all just sort of blend together, don't they? You know what? If the boss's bathroom feels like the 3rd place you found a collectible, then who am I to go making judgments?
Goddamn right. Don't boss me.
What came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
Fuck. I'm being gaslit.
This was the 5th mini Stan, and this one was really something special. It was under the stairs. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
Yeah! Yeah, Windows Movie Maker! Best boy.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
I'm in the Black Lodge right now.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other.
Black Lodge is a place in Twin Peaks that looks a lot like that.
Exactly like. And then there was no more. Because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, Memory Zone. No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these
Oh my
figurines?
god.
Let's just go backwards. We'll do the Memory Zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
Yeah, let's go. Can we collect them again?
The room with the red and blue doors. I remember this.
Hell yeah.
I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the Memory Zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going. I want more. And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched?
Oh my god.
Yes, I love that video.
Oh my god.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room. These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have muted the intrinsic joy of collecting. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
Oh.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing.
That makes that room worse.
Anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep
Hey,
going.
hey. You're missing a little geometry here, aren't you? I caught you.
This is it, the very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this? Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it.
I miss jumps.
Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories. Oh, yes, the two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one. And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Stanley Tulpa. Nope.
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed.
I do need to go this way still.
Clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was it? No.
Not yet.
Never mind.
Loopy.
The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back.
I need to go in here.
And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Kiss my ass. I don't ride the cool elevator.
Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
Hey, the adventure line.
Your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line?
Yes.
We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new.
Do
Yes,
it.
yes, that's what the fans
Yes.
want. Let's do it.
Yes. But I do need to know if... okay.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well. Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue? Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers. Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up. Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me, it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you.
Okay,
Go ahead
yeah,
now,
go ahead.
Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and... The Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential.
Oh my god,
We
that
were going to
fucking
do
high
such
IQ
marvelous things with you. Tell such
Rick and Morty
spellbinding
bullshit.
stories about you. All of it squandered now.
Hey, I tried. You
You
didn't let me.
For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
R.I.P. to Bucket Destroyer.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed him.
It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent.
All right, Loopy,
Stanley checked
tell me where it
his
is.
logo and then proceeded onward.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
If I can do it without the bucket, then I would have done it in the original game. So I don't need to see that again. Oh, it's also new? Okay. It's new non-bucket content.
Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory.
Okay.
What did it look like? There was a computer.
We'll do it bucketless.
perhaps, and a painting. Was it a painting or a photo? He could no longer recall.
What do we do?
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors. He entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
I want to do what that said. If that is in fact anything. Set the clock to my favorite time. Okay. I have played the
This is
beginner's
the
guide. I
story
love
of a
that
man
thing.
named Stanley. Stanley. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might. Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and, coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Let's see. Boss's office. Cannot enter elevator? Oh, okay.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music. Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Now, I mean, I tried to hit the up button first. The very first time I used it.
Into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long. Whoops, nope, never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me.
I did ask you to just tell me.
Do that when he knew that
Loopy, I would not have gotten it with your aunt.
Office. Well, that's a
Actually.
great question. I just can't wait to find out. Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have, an incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow. I'm bolted to the edge of my seat.
Being a little fucking aggro right now, narrator.
Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this?
You know I'm going back up.
Surely this time Stanley will walk forward into the spooky corridor, won't he?
Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor? No. It's time once again to go back up in the elevator. I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there.
Stanley-
Is it the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time? The suspense is killing me.
Stanley is like when a player decides they don't like their DM anymore. Right now.
Oh my God. It's the boss's office. This absolutely changes everything for me. Give me a timeout here for a minute while I process this. Okay, I'm ready.
Office these
I'm prepared
nuts.
to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No, wait. No, I need more time to process.
Sounds like Pac-Man 2 music.
All right, I have fully come to terms with it. I have made space in my worldview for this astonishing new...
Don't like your
reality.
tone right now,
As
narrator.
before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley.
I will punish you, narrator. I will punish you for copping this attitude with me.
Of course, going back down in the elevator. How did I not anticipate it? I mean, sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before. I had no frame of reference to even anticipate it. That's just how revelatory Stanley's decision-making is. A breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive. You know what? I've just thought of something. Hold on, let's stop for a moment. Don't you realize? It's the anticipation, Stanley. You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of this elevator. But the suspense, the agony of waiting and anticipating and having to guess, that's the real thrill. Oh, I simply don't want to let that feeling go. It's so precious, so fleeting. Why don't we take this elevator ride nice and slow? There we go. Isn't this so much more exciting? You know, Stanley, it seems like nowadays the only thing that audiences want is to be shocked as loudly and frequently as possible. They want big, explosive moments flung right in their faces from the very moment that things get started. But where's the tension? Where's the trust in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the story, the characters? Why aren't we given time to imagine the surprises, to have to think and to anticipate and then to marvel at the eventual reveal? This is storytelling, Stanley. What you and I are doing right now. This is the most exciting narrative to be developed in years. And it's really all because of you. You're the one who took this bold step of revisiting the exact same locations over and over.
Yeah, thank you.
Truly, I mean it. This
Yeah.
is unique and different. It's not like anything else out
Thank you.
there. You see,
Yeah.
I want stories that surprise me, Stanley. I want to have to think. I want to be engaged and not pandered to. We're being fed such unimaginative drivel all the time, and we all know it, which is why we're so starved for content that makes us feel sharp and vital and alive. That's why people like you so much, Stanley, because you're not afraid to spit in the face.
Yeah, no,
of
I'm an
You're
innovator.
a role model, you know?
People look up to you.
Yeah.
Which is why...
Do you look up
I
to me,
didn't know
chat?
when to spring this on you, but, well, I've gathered a little press conference for you so that you can talk about your work and your storytelling and your life. Yes, I know you're not much for the public eye, but I thought it would especially mean a lot to the people who have been following you from the beginning. They really look up to you, Stanley. I don't
Oh my
know if
god.
you realize the impact you have on
Several of you are
This is the
validating my
kind of
bigness. Thank you.
gesture that might leave a tremendous impact on them for the better. Oh good, we're here.
Oh yes.
Okay,
Oh
the
yeah.
room where we're
Stanley.
holding the press
All
conference
lies
should be
on
just
Connie.
around the corner here somewhere.
Let's go. Live on stage.
Ah, yes, here it is, just through this door. All right, are you ready? I've told them you're going to speak a little bit about the nature of surprise in storytelling and what it means to craft a truly unpredictable narrative. Oh, don't worry, you'll do great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart. I'm really proud of you, Stanley. Okay, it looks like they're ready for you. Go get them.
Oh, I should have done that. I should have done that. Also, this is gonna be the boss's office. Nope, nope. Thank you so much. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I feel you, I feel you. My god, this is peaking my audio. Oh my god.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Stanley cradled the bucket in a
Jump.
gentle embrace. Protective, yet delicate. Assertive, yet compassionate.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
It is bucket time.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd coming to a staircase. Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Let's go.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine. Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again. The bucket said nothing.
Go press 3, baby. Haha, 3.
Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3 over and over. Wow, he said. The number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent. This was a shock to Stanley, who, after taking some time to show the bucket around the boss's office, Stanley at last went to the keypad, where he began eagerly pressing the number 3 again and again.
All right, that's pretty good.
Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly. No, said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet. Not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel.
You should have pressed
Smiled at
3.
the bucket, and the bucket said nothing.
You should press 3 on your boss's keypad now.
Here we go, said Stanley. This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion. He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears, and the whole time he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing. The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all, only silence. Crushed by a wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the elevator. Stanley and the bucket were so close. They'd always been there for one another. Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way down the elevator. He knew that there must be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there was a solution, mustn't there be?
All right, chat, what do you think? What do you think?
Said Stanley. I know what to do. I know how to fully express this feeling in my heart.
And vote now on your phones.
That he would hold a
All 3 of your phones.
where he would speak to the public on all matters relating to pressing the number 3 over and over. He would elaborate fully on what the number 3 meant to him and why he felt so alive when pressing it. Then the bucket would be able to see his joy through the eyes of others. It would get to see the world react to this discovery of Stanley.
Poll has a matter of seconds
And it would be
left.
through the public eye that the bucket would finally understand Stanley.
Actually, it's good that nobody else voted, because now there's 3 votes on 3. Oh, I guess we couldn't have done that.
For months, he advertised and marketed his press conference, building excitement around it, developing and
Oh my
rehearsing
god, yeah,
until he
3, 3,
refined a single
let's go!
measure further. When the big day arrived, Stanley was as prepared as he'd ever been for anything in his life.
I love those. I used to program those. 3, 3, 3, 3. Fucking 3.
One last chance to win the
3 again,
bucket.
3 again.
One opportunity to share a true connection with a loved one.
Fucking 3.
There was no one here. Nobody had come to the press conference to hear Stanley speak, to listen to him talk about what it really means to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over. He was unloved, uninteresting, he was a failure, and in that moment Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously. There would be no connection, no deeper understanding. The bucket merely sat there in his arms, indifferent. And so it
Jesus
began
Christ.
slowly over many years. The two of them grew more and more distant. They spoke less and less, neither wishing to state the obvious, that any sense of real respect between them had eroded since that day at the press conference. There would be no more games, no more long conversations about passion and pursuit, only a silence that consumed the space between friends. And Stanley Having for once in his life discovered the warmth and comfort of true companionship, was cast back into the unremarkable normalcy of loneliness.
Well, what's that? Right, I need to do that.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
I think that will be the last thing,
Perhaps
right?
he had simply...
Stanley's bucket, the only co-worker he would ever truly need.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
I'm trying to cut like the most perfect lines I can.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication
God damn it.
of human life.
I wish you could input these
Crushed
faster.
by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional... But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes.
I did,
This is certainly the
Mia.
most logical explanation. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Oh, yeah, that seems like it. Goodbye!
But just as Stanley was about to proceed further into the mind control facility, he tripped and fell over the railing and into the dark void below. Thankfully, he fell directly onto the bucket, which safely cushioned his fall. Now, what to do next? Stanley wondered. Stanley and the bucket could find no way out of this enormous pit, and so eventually they decided that the best thing to do would be to simply get comfortable down here. So they set up a little couch and relaxed. It really wasn't so bad down here, a bit cold perhaps. After some time had gone by, they installed a few shelves as well, and a sort of kitchenette that was useful for when the bucket was craving paninis.
Yeah, I'm building my little
Until the
domestic
lights
life
and
with a
standing
bucket.
lamps came in that it really started to feel like a home. In fact, after some time, Stanley realized that it had been ages since he had even thought of the mind control facility at all. He'd never
I
gotten to
crafted
fully
it.
explore what was up there, never been able to unearth the many mysteries of the
I
mind
crafted that
control
too.
facility. This lack of closure began to eat at him. Soon he was dwelling on his regrets, and the state of their home slowly decayed as Stanley became withdrawn and neglected the cleaning. It unsettled the bucket deeply. Stanley wasn't usually like this. The bucket tried to reach out to him again and again, but to no avail. All Stanley could think about, all he could talk about, was going back, doing it over again, staying on the path. It was a mistake to leave the path. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I need to do what the narrator says. I need to see the true ending. This made no sense at all to the bucket, which was simply trying to live its life down here as comfortably as possible. Yet Stanley was unconsolable. This isn't an ending. This is just a hole in the ground. The bucket sighed. True, it wasn't an ending. But it's where we happen to be. And maybe, possibly, if we accept the reality of things, maybe this will become an ending eventually. It's what the bucket was counting on. The two of them waited for a very long time.
Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
So,
Is Stanley without the bucket really Stanley at all? No.
Let's
no,
see.
surely not.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
I'm listening. Oh, hello, in here, huh? Go. This was different. Was this in the original bucket list? Okay. I guess because getting there was not in the original.
Okay, this is day number 295, tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything.
Oh, I should do that too.
The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Is the only way to
Stanley
restore my
decided
jumps
go
to
the
reset the
meeting room.
game?
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow, yes, this room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten.
You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we
Oh
made
my
through,
God.
and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording. It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal...
It was all a dream.
...storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your
Super
fault.
Nintendo, Sega Genesis. Alright, let's go unplug the phone.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself.
As Stanley lifted his bucket, he felt a connection to all buckets everywhere. This adventure, he decided, was for all of them.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him.
Wait, was the phone even there?
Employee lounge was simply the
With
place
bucket?
to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this... No, never mind. The bucket was
Because the
wrong.
phone ending is,
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Okay. We'll get there.
No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift. Good, said the bucket.
I think
Now ride the
that
lift
would
all
be
the
the
way
last
to the
thing.
top. There's something up there I need you to do. Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
This thing's not quite modeled correctly. I don't think. I used to work with one of these in one of my jobs. And it has these as though there would be another axis, but these don't actually, like, lead anywhere. Like, these secondary cable mounts aren't doing anything.
In here, said the bucket. Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone. Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket. Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it, but there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look. What is comedic
Oh
timing?
my god.
What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body.
Yeah.
These are the
You got me
optimal
there.
conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny" now.
Okay, here we go. I'm Dunny with the funny.
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's
Fuck,
time
I forgot to raise my hand.
surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how
Data?
they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include
3
the same
arms.
question reprinted several times.
Cool.
Just to ensure
Four's better,
the survey
but-
taker is actually paying attention.
Oh, there's my fourth.
And not
Okay.
simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, with each of us needed on the
I'm
front
Connie
lines
with the
of
funny.
war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence and who very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Okay, I know about comedy now.
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then.
Yeah, totally.
So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the 2 doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back. I can feel it.
Didn't want to write new endings for hopping off here, huh?
The delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley. The bucket spoke. The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
Yep. All right.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on? There was supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point, a dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land, or not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the 2 doors room. What an egregious mistake.
You fucked up, narrator.
I fooled myself. I don't deserve the title of King of
That
Comedy. I'm
thing,
nothing.
your title. Hand it over.
Not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, surely that will help me improve my... Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already? No. What? Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley.
Get fucked! I ruined your bit.
A community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again.
Got him cutting up.
I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashed...
Oh, you can't... Hang on. You can't do pale again.
No? Still not... Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame? Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal. I think I saw it.
Oh, that's... Oh, no. No.
We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what...
You're better than these, mate.
Again, more instructional videos. Let's see.
Sorry, Leroy.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
All right.
Perhaps he had simply missed a
Last thing I'm going to touch is...
When Stanley came to a set of
mind control.
doors, he entered the door on his left.
No bucket. And then we're done streaming. And I suppose done with this game.
Single person here
I might not have gotten every single thing at that point, but I got enough
Stanley decided
for streaming
to go
the game.
To his, coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Kill surprise.
Relaunch ending? Oh, right. Launch the game again. Okay. I will do that then, actually.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
I didn't even turn the lights on. It's real dark down here.
Aha! You've made it to the bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Welcome! You see, back when the Stanley Parable first launched in 2013, getting to the bottom of the Mind Control Facility was a bug that we simply didn't catch during development. And you all sent us lots of photos of it on Twitter and acted very superior about it. And you're all very, very clever. Good for you. Anyway, when it came time to update the game, we knew that we had to do something about this little goof of ours, so here you go. New content. You can call it the bottom of the mind control room ending, if that enhances your perception of the value of these updates. Isn't that what you crave? New content?
You gave me new content.
More content, more.
And made you some content.
I'm here to make it seem like we really
Open
covered
up,
every nook
here
and cranny
comes
of
the
the game,
content.
with secrets and Easter eggs. How about this? We wrote a new piece of music just for this section. You won't hear it anywhere else in the game. It's a secret that's just for you. That's how special you are. We call this track, Good Job You've Made It to the Bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Well done.
Good job, you did it. Good job.
I should have turned the lights on.
2, 1. Good job, you made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. You jumped on the catwalk. You should have been careful. You should have been careful. It used to be
a bug, but now it's an ending, now it's an ending. I believe in you, I believe in your ability to cross this barrier and chase your dreams. But railings don't mean anything. Good job, you did it. 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 Good job, you did it.
Okay. Go to my favorite time. Huh? Set it to when my work shift ends. Uh Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This could be horny. Collect more data on me. I'm normal. Oh. I wanted Taco Bell gong. Hmm. Okay. That's a no from me, Chief. I'll help you. Yeah.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
The same. Yep. Nope. All right. Let's boot it again. Anyone truly really? Oh, we don't have to be though. Oh. They were not. They were meant to be streamed for content. Let's do it. Other wild stuff. You know, I'll do this. Okay. Just... My God. Cookie crash against the eternal shore of Cookie 9 and be broken. The 2027, huh? So many buttons. Holy shit. I love Stanley. Will it keep counting up? Yeah. Oh, I did enjoy the new content. Yeah. I didn't know this was gonna... Okay. Hey! Nice to see you too. No, it's not so terrible. Huh. Oh my god. Alright, what do we got? Stanley Parable 3. Snake for sure. Let's see. What the snake? Yeah, I like that. Oh my god. I guess I'm ready. Well, welcome back. We unlocked Stanley Parable 3. But we got to play it on 8 now, right? Apparently. Infinite Snake! Yes! Holy shit, these title screens are getting so cool. But I must keep going. Yokani's here. I expected to be done with this by now, but it's one of those games, huh? No snake. Fuck up. Fucked up. I mean, come on. Hey, I need a screenshot of that one. Let's go. Dr. Octopus. There was no other option. I can bring this back in if we're doing all this shit. Let's see. I think I like Skeleton Challenge. Skeleton Warriors! Da 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 da! Give me more snake options. I will pick them every time. Oh. We gotta do content. What's it gonna be? I want doctor content. I like that. Alright, but this is the last one. We gotta play it on 8, I was told. We'll do this. Give me a snake. Come on, snake. God damn it. Stanley's big boyfriends. I like that. I like that a lot. Okay. Stanley Parable 8. Stanley's big boyfriends. Let's go. My god, this title screen. It's too strong. Alright. Here we go. 8. 8.
What's this?
8.
8.
Yes.
8. 8. 8.
The Stanley Parable 8? No, this doesn't look right at all. The Stanley Parable takes place in an office building. There are doors and branching paths. This is just a button that says 8. Where did the Stanley Parable go?
8. 8. 8. 8. 8.
Well, I'm looking around and I really can't find the game anywhere. No boss's office or mind control facility or any of that. Literally just this 8 button. And what's worse is that you seem to be having a better time with this nonsense game than with the story I wrote
Shut
for
the
you.
fuck up, narrator. You don't know a goddamn thing.
8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8.
Well, I don't know what happened to the Stanley Parable or what the 8 button is, but apparently you're having a riveting time with it. And frankly, I don't even want to pander to someone who finds this enjoyable. So with that, I guess just go ahead and enjoy the Stanley Parable 8.
8.
8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8.
Controller? Oh, it's got a little shark on it. And tape and a stapler.
Eight, 8, 8, 8, 8. Eight.
Well.
Hold on. What's this?
8, 8, 8.
The Stanley Parrot.
Okay. Well, that's it, huh? Stanley's big boyfriends. Well, that's that. Hey, Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe is good. The stream ran quite long. I need to hop off of here. I have a prior engagement coming up. Oh yeah, I've done that. A very, very long time ago, I had a spider character that I would use that with, but they would use 2 8s because they had 8 eyes. So I would do like this. Or like, or do the teeth by doing these. I suppose I could check out this Elden Ring Easter egg real quick.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
How do you maintain the ability to jump?
That it seemed the office had begun so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun so far off.
Oh my god.
That it seemed the office had begun so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun
cool text.
So far off the beaten path.
Where's the jumping?
That it seemed the office had begun so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun so far off the beaten path.
Ah, and that is gone for me forever unless I were to, Oh shit, I was supposed to pull that up on screen. Well, here, I'll play it again. I forgot to actually transition the scene.
It's incredible he wasn't fired yet.
There you go.
Had begun so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun so far off the beaten path.
There you go. Okay, I need to get off of here. I'm so happy with Stanley's Big Boyfriends as my final game title. I will watch that off stream, Loopy. But it is time to go. I'm just going to do the outro because I need to get going. I will set up a raid another time, not this time. Love you all. Thanks for hanging out. This game is great. See ya.